Mm. Nothing. Well, I'm using it to draw chessboards. The graph itself is way too big. You cannot show it. So I removed the flipping, which means that I probably have to change this a lot. See, this function only used for ordering a standard map, and though we have links between elements of that map, I think the whole comment is no longer applicable. It's possible to figure out what that move was by reconstructing legal move. Yeah, this... I don't care. This function only use dots. So before we had flipping, and then you could see which, if it was flipped or not by the fact that multiple pieces were moving. That's no longer the case. A link from a second position. Put at every position. Only links that truly represent a single move. You know, the whole thing can go. No, I'm not making a chess engine. Just and only king plus rook versus king. I did make a... No, it was not really a chess engine. I made a class a long time ago that could both show the chessboard and you could play it with the mouse. And it was chess aware, so it could generate legal moves and check how often everyone was attacking a certain square and stuff like that. That's still on my GitHub. But yeah, that's for an 8x8 board. It uses bit boards and stuff. This is for a quarter infinite board, so this works with coordinates, not with bit boards. Damn it, square.h distance. Only a declaration. Yeah, no longer use NNM. Square is now an array of coordinates. For the x and y const expressions, x is just 0 and y is 1. Wait a minute, can I use unequal here? Yeah, of course, the ints. Duh. Wait, that should be to move. Board. Oh, board doesn't know about to move. Damn it. Okay, so just remove it. The blacking first. The blacking is less than the other blacking. It's true. If this is not the other way around, then we compare the white king. It's not the other way around, then we compare the white rook. Should be okay. Yeah, so I added distance something back. This is compare. So now in data we have a type for a map which stores the data. To this per board, the data should definitely include who is to move and everything else. It is kind of currently just stores ply and no type iterators. I feel like splitting up position in board and no, I mean position is derived from board and it has currently to move, but also classification and the made in moves. That would be the same as the ply. So these three are actually part of data. So maybe I should make a data class, data base I mean, and then derive data from database obviously. Or, while generating this, I add it to the map already. Why not, you know? And then move these two to data. And this I don't even need actually. That is funny. This whole to move thing should, maybe it should just be part of board. I just don't know. So I want to store every position that is where white is to move in one map and where black is to move in another map. But the only reason I wanted to do that is because board, which is the key of those maps, doesn't have the to move. But if I do that, then why would I store to move in the map? Then if I would just have a map with a lot of elements and all elements would store true, which is a waste of memory. So I'm thinking, you know, by context, I know who is to move because I know from which map that position came from. Raya, sorry, it's not about winning or losing. It's a king plus rook against the king. So king is the lone king can never win. Huh? It's just an analysis. I want to know if they are very far away from the corner. How to give mate. What is the most optimal way to give mate on a very large board? And actually, most notably, I want to know if the action, the distance to the edge, so let's say the distance to the edge is n and m, then I want to know if the formula for the number of moves is probably some constant times n plus some constant like m plus a constant, and I want to know if the first two constants are a fraction or an integer. I think they must be an integer, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay, where do I put this thing? I think that I can currently just look up where I'm using it. Hopefully not that many places. Fen needs it, but for the rest just position. This is declaration, initialization to constructor, just an accessor. Oh, I should search for that then too. And this looks like a null move, and this is if it asks if, yeah, okay, not super relevant. These are more relevant, I guess. But yeah, let's have a look. The terminal legal. I think I just have to pass who is to move then here. I don't really like it. Feels like I would get rid of the position again and just have boards, and then whose turn it is as a separate variable passed along. Not gonna dwell on it. Let's choose for wasting memory, which means that I will keep it in position, but these two should go to data then, I suppose. Still is a big change. So if I call classify, then that just assigns it. Assign, so I'm not using it yet. Also assignment, this is using it, but I don't think I call this even, or those. I'm not calling those. So let's say we comment this out. Just to check that I'm not calling them. I'm calling them. Is check is draw. Oh. Called from main after. Okay, yeah, I use it of course to count them. This means that I can no longer have separate positions then. Probably I have to store them in a map immediately. This whole thing is going to be changed with a graph, and then I can no longer count them. But I do that afterwards. So Yes, of course. Okay, so let's compare this with Infinite Chess thingy here, the old one. I just create a graph and then we call generate on that. And then afterwards I do have maps. And then the map tells me who is to move, but that's now also stored in the element itself, psi. And then the map also tells me the classification and stuff when I need it. It ain't that easy. I think I should commit this what I have now to GitHub before making these changes. I did break compilation now, right? But damn it, why did I do that? Two of them. And that one. I am on. Let's add position and position.x. I don't like to add this, that's the problem, I guess. I could just move the other one and then put this in place of the new one. So the inf.js is now old. Yeah, I might need two kings as well. I'm not going to change that now, so I don't need to commit it either. And these are probably, I don't know what it is. Probably can delete it by now. Well, that looks like AI written. That is, cannot be important if it is written by an AI. So let's remove it. Now Sonnet is written by Sonnet, of course. So let's also just remove that. It's a total disaster. In the end, Claude was usable, but Sonnet and Gemini and any other AI was 100% pure waste of time. They can't do anything. And Claude was also very stupid, I have to say. But with a lot of feedback, I used it. I explained that yesterday already. So I would write an implementation and Claude would write an implementation, and then I would compare for every possible position what the written functions would give, and if they would be different, I would look at it manually and then decide which one was right. And then if it was my function or the AI's function, I would have the AI, I give the AI the position and say, you are wrong, fix it. Or I would debug it myself and fix my own function if it on inspection turned out that my function was wrong. And I repeated that until the both functions gave the same result. And in the end, after 2 more days of testing, that turned out to be indeed the correct result. But yeah, we're done with the AI now, right? I now have working functions, which then I rewrote again, by the way, and then looking good. So not doing super CPU wasteful, weird brute force stuff, just to be sure that it would work. But more like the more logical things until they produce the same thing as the working functions. That's what I'm working with now. It's on, where is it? It's profile, right? Doesn't say which profile. Is it not on YouTube? Yeah, it's on YouTube. That is a lot. My normal font is still profile 1, which is small. I'll keep it on YouTube font. Right. And by enemy, of course, I forgot what I was doing now. Oh yeah, I guess git status. Let me commit this. Git commit all. The rewrite of board position classification, etc. No flip. Okay, I'll push it. So I think it was a long time behind. So now can people see what the code is actually, the current code actually is, if you want to. Yeah, so I do think that I want to remove that extra data from position, but maybe it's easier to first have a duplicate. So I keep it in position, and I'm making a standard map with, I'm not using positions as where there's data in position, that should be in data. And really also who is to move should be in data, but it keeps nagging me what to do with that. But for now, I suppose I'm gonna put these two in data. I really want to put, well, this should be in board then? No, yeah, well, maybe, you know, this sucks. Shall I put to move in board? Simply have one map. That's not used at all yet. It's removed. What? Oh. It didn't even compile, but now it should compile again. So I have to duplicate this shitload immediately if I leave it in this class end data. Okay, in the end I'm gonna remove it here, I think. So let's do that for now. That's weird. I'm not using data yet. Let's construct a graph here. Get that to work. I should not really need to include position, do I? Or, well, as long as I call analyze all, probably. This code is going to be deleted as well. So by that time I'll delete the position.h, I suppose. And the graph.h, that includes the data. And then we have the nodes type was the map with the board as a key. So I'm going to have two maps, one with black to move and one with white to move. And then for odd ply, it points to one map, and for the even ply, it will point to the other map, so that will automatically work. You can just use a single vector here. Public adjacent positions. Generate all positions that can reach position, this position, which position? Each position of board in one ply. That would be an old board, right? I don't know where I'm using this actually. Yeah, maybe this should work with board. But then I should also pass who is to move. Or I pass a position here and then return. Could pass a position, which then includes who is to move. That was my idea all along. I'm gonna be bothered by this the rest of the project. Unless I change it, right? Ugh. Tough decision. Remove to move, or not to remove to move from position. If I do that, things will become more readable, I think. But then I should really do that right now before doing all this work. Already decided not to do it. Shit. Position. Not even sure this is going to work without classification in position. Depends on how adjacent positions works. The header does not need other changes, I think. So let's look at the implementation. constructor, adjacent positions, generate. That's all. And then the constructor generates all positions that are made, already made, I think. So you can begin with that. Create a vector with boards, made positions. Well, I know that in made positions, it's always a black to move, so there's not really necessary to use position there, unless I need classification. Classification also no. Classification is made. Okay, so yeah, could use dashboard. All the positions where black is made. In other words, black is to move. Generate all positions that are already made. An int white rook coordinate from 2 till the horizontal limit, which is now board size. Oh no, actually, yeah, it is board size, which is being passed. Need to change that here as well. Int mirrored. I generate them for mirrored and not mirrored, but Post Bunny is still trying to get on top. Mirrored. I don't have mirrored anymore, right? So let's delete this, which means we don't have mirrored. Actually, that's not true. Well, I'm at position 0. No, I cannot be a fan of myself. But okay, maybe 0 means that I'm not a fan. Positions and place back. Square 0, square. This black king in the corner. The white king is at 2-0 and the white rook is giving mate. Yeah, okay, I'm getting the... I have a picture in my head now. What is this going to be changed to? Well, I'm just having the constructor of board. Okay, yeah. Board. Blah, blah. I don't know why I'm here. Why I went there, maybe. Yes, so the constructor of board. Takes the board size and black king, white king and white rook squares. Board size. So in place back constructs a board in place. First allocates some memory where it has to go in the vector, and then the constructor's call to initialize that memory directly inside the vector. So these are just the constructor coordinates. Board size square 0 0. Yeah, fun. That's still the case, I guess. So black is always to move, and I don't store who is to move in board. I'm pretty sure I can't do anything with that. It's the other way around. Instead of removing stuff, I have to add stuff. So now I have to manually mirror these things. But that's why I use the C, because it's both the X and the Y coordinate, depending on which line. And what is this doing? It just moves the king along the edge, I think. Yeah, so this is the black king X coordinate. No, N is X, yeah. Generate all positions with the black king at the edge. Well, that's basically all the possibilities. It's either in the corner or it has to be at the edge. So yeah, after this loop we are done, and then it's going to do something else. White rook X coordinates. As if the white rook cannot be taken, okay, it's further away than 1 square from the king. Then we add this position. Okay, that's too much. Substitute Kn with black king X. And this should be the mirrored case. Flipped case, mirrored in the X equals Y line. Huh? store all positions that are already made in our map and that made in ply 0 vector. So the made in ply is increased to a size of 1, and then we run over all the boards in the made positions vector, and then I try to emplace it in nodes underscore. But now that this is no longer called nodes, it's now called black to move underscore. Which is of nodes type, which is a map. So we have to pass the board as the key and constructed data. And the data is currently only taking the number of ply, which is then indeed 0. So we just pass the board and 0, that's the number of ply. And that returns a standard pair of an iterator and a boolean, so I call this iterator boolean pair. Expect that none of the added boards are flipped because we add the non-flipped first. Well, I'm no longer doing flipping. I probably was just 2 or 3 lines away from having that working, but it got too complex and it didn't work. And then it took me several days to get it to work without flipping, so I'm not going back there. Only store positions that were newly inserted in the vector. Okay, so if the try in place was successful, then we store in made in ply at ply 0 the iterator that we just created to the element that we just created. And then the constructor is done. We should be able to print all these positions. So let's not do this yet and just try to print this. Not that. 2 more functions to go, which I'm commenting out. And then we should be good to go, I think, to compile it again. And it's not compiling because I didn't add graph.cxx. Unknown type name color. Well, that's funny. King moves. Why is it even including king moves? Dude. Who's including king moves? No matching function for call to construct add. Construct add. In place square stuff. So here. So I'm passing constructor arguments, but I forgot to pass board size. And then there is no constructor. It could not find a constructor for the element. And it compiles. That's all nice and dandy, but it's not going to do anything different. But it did create a graph now, so now I want to simply print all the positions in this graph. Well, that is the, yeah, so we have graph. This one has been filled now, but I can't access that. The only thing we have is this. But I did add an, I don't know. It should work by calling this. I should call this with 0, and then we get all the positions. We should get all the positions that are made in 0ply. So, one way or another. And now, yeah, what did I get now? I did get positions type. It's a vector with iterator. So yeah, let's just iterate over this. I don't know what it returns. If you're really absolutely too lazy to find that out, you should use auto and then 2 references. That's it, a bad habit, but that should always work. It's gonna be an iterator, I think. Stores iterators. Well, let's be honest. We just filled it in, right? So I'm running over position type, so that's going to return, well, exactly that. Just elements, value types rather, but so it is the value. The type is the value type. Const reference. So this const must be const reference then to the element type of this container. So we get a const reference to a const iterator. Could also just use const iterator maybe. I think that like pointer size, I might as well do it like this. Not much used to, yeah, well, I don't know. It's actually a good question, because I think I also store const references in the vector itself. Haha. No, I don't. I'm not. Okay. Well, then in that case, I'll just use a value here as well instead of a const reference. And then in the case of an iterator, you can call it iterator, but well, we already knew that because we see the type now. And then I have the habit of calling it just what it points to. So basically this is a position, or actually it is a board. Yes, is it? Oh, I will look at it again. It is a nodes type const reference, and nodes type is, oh, it's not a board. See, it's an iterator to an element of a map. So it's a standard pair of a board and data. So it's the value type of nodes type. Oh, what that dereferences to anyway. How should I call that? Combination of these two. Could call it a board data pair. I'm gonna go for it. Alternatively, you can call this value, because it's a value type of a standard map. But this, of course, contains more information. Now we know that the value type is a pair, and this pair contains a board and a data. And then we want to print the board. Just the board? Yeah. And I don't know anymore how to print boards, which is absolutely ridiculous. But let's use debug output. And then, what was it? I think debug UTF-8 art. No, actually it's debug. Wait a minute, it's debug. I have to pass the channel here. DC notice. Hopefully that works. And you have to call this on the position. So we have the pair, and then first is the board. Well, wait a minute, it's an iterator to the thing, so key reference it. And that then is the key, aka the board. And then we can call debug UTF-8 on it, because we can. You see, on board has this. I'm not sure if it will know where DC is inside this macro. It might. I forgot. Let's just try it. Yeah, well, unknown type positions type. It's inside graph thingy. Well, that compiled. Let's run it in chess. And it printed a lot, and all of these positions are made. Yes. King in the corner, king here, made. King or the king there, also made. And then the mirrored case with the king here and here. And then the same thing, but then with the rook here, one further away. So the king here and here, and the mirrored case with the king here and here. And then the rook even further, king here and here, wait a minute, it's called. King here and here, and the mirrored case with the king here and here. And then we get the ones where the king is at the edge, but not in the corner, so this one is opposite, and the rook is either there, or in the mirrored case, or there in the mirrored case. And then the king one further, the rook can only be on the other side. And then finally, or on the other side. I mean, this side or that side. Yes, okay, sorry. And the mirrored one. And the king is here. The rook can only be there and there. And if the king is in the corner, then it is still mate, but only if the rook is here, or here, or here. Yes, that is totally correct. So this part works. Then next we can do position.h, position.cxx. I don't need this, I do need that. Which is the next one that we want to add? I totally did not want to add that. Graph.h, graph.cxx. Generate or adjacent positions. I think the first one is adjacent positions, which is probably used in generate. Yeah, so let's do that one first then. Meaning I comment that out, of course. This thing returns a vector with position. Why was that? It really depends on how it is used, right? So we have to look at how it is used first. Again, the number of ply and therefore who is to move is just known for all of them. So I just know who is to move here. Can work with boards. And it fills it in the same way as before. I just have to switch which map to use. Does anyone see nodes? Yeah, here nodes. So this node should be replaced with one of the two maps, and that is the function of who is to move, but the one that is to move is always the same. So that only depends on ply anyway. And ply is like a constant in this function. So we're going to work with boards, not with positions. That is, I lose more than just who is to move. I also lose my classification. This has nothing to do with classification, but maybe the adjacent position does. I don't think it does. Does it look like it? How can this generate all positions without... I mean, it should generate not just all positions, should it? Or does it? Maybe it just generates all... Yeah, of course it should generate all positions. Only at the moment I prune my graph, it makes a difference. I think a classification is not required here. So we work with boards, which means that I'm changing this back to board. Generate all positions can be reached. Sorry, generate all positions that can reach position of... That's the position, I guess. The position of board in one ply, where the context... Sorry, that's bullshit. Adjacent positions, of course, must know who is to move. I'm gonna have to pass that then separately. So that means that this to play is the, well, from what I see here, that is the other one, then what we pass. And I don't want to use to play anymore, I want to use to move. So if this is to move, I can't pass to move here because they are opposite, or I can just toggle it. I suppose. So we can just say, okay, we have to move and I want to change it. I don't think I am using to play anywhere else. You just call it once. Yep. So we have to move dot opponent. Now, why do I switch it? Oh, what the hell? Oh, that's funny. It's not even used. Oh, that's because I didn't rename it yet. I have to play. Search for to play. Okay. If to play is black, then we do this, and otherwise we do something else. That's the only bloody place where I use it. And why then do I swap it? Just to play is black. I mean, I'm passing the color that is to move here, literally. I'm generating. It feels like I'm trying to move backwards. Oh, we are moving backwards. Yeah, of course. I have to generate boards. I have to generate boards that can reach this position in one move, which means that we have to find. We don't execute a move. We find boards that basically go backwards. That's we have to swap the color. So if at this moment black is to play, then the boards that we're going to generate have white to play. Because white plays, then reaches this board with black to play. Current board. The current board is what was passed. I'm now calling that board. Maybe we should call it current board again. Maybe we should rename this one as well to current to move. Copilot is quite smart, by the way. If you do something like this, now it looks like we suddenly need more memory, but it won't do that because it sees that current to move is no longer used after this point. So the compiler says, well, then I might as well use the same memory location. So even though I renamed it, it's not even allocating more space on the stack here. Let's see. Yeah, I was here. To have current board, white king pos. I need a position of the white king that is, I think, now called simply white king. That gives me the position. This one, right? Yeah. And then here the same thing, the white rook. And then here the black king, and I was trying to use black first. In case anyone wonders why I put black first, that is because in this order the kings go together and the white goes together. So they're better ordered in my view. Otherwise we have king, and then if you put black at the bottom you have a king and then a rook and then again a king. This, I don't know. This feels like the better order. Flipped. I don't have a flipped anymore. Let's see what the C flipped is used for. Oh my! It was that was magic already. But hopefully that this will resolve itself like automatically. The latest positions that are already known to be made are made in K-ply. So while generating, we generate first all positions that are made in 0-ply, and then all positions that are made in 1-ply, and so on. And every time I fill it, I resize this thing. Therefore, after made imply was increased in order to be able to call this function, we have called it twice, because we set it to size 1 for filling in, of course, the ply 0, and we already increased it before we called this function in order to be able to fill that in. I think it is definitely the case. I'm just sure, but I'll show it anyway. Yeah, here. So I have a reference to new positions map, I think. In that vector. So the size of made imply vector is already increased before this is called. So we have to subtract 2, and then we get the number of ply that we already filled in. For some reason I'm using K here, and I think I used K because I didn't like the fact that I had to write ply. But in the rewrite I'm using ply moves, which kind of is better readable, isn't it? No, it's still not. But I didn't want to use ply as moves. I don't think that is actually correct replacement. So I decided to use moves always in ply and just use the word moves, period. And I might as well use ply here then for extra clarity. Ether nodes. Okay, I need to decide which nodes it is. And that depends on this, which is slightly annoying because immediately after this if I know which map to use. So what is this doing? It's just checking only call adjacent positions for board that are from nodes. Yeah, that has to be split up. I think has to be split up. So we have one for the black case, and then we have one for the white case. Or not. No, let's not do that. We can do that outside. Okay, the nodes that I'm using here, it's finding current board. Arg. Okay. Again, annoying. Okay, this is annoying. So I have a nodes type. I just want to search in it, so I can use a const reference to this nodes type. Nodes type const reference. Nodes. And then if current to move equals black, then we use black to move, and otherwise we use white to move. So this picks the map where current board should be coming from. And then we find that in nodes, find the current board in nodes, and then it says only call adjacent positions for boards that are from nodes. From the correct map. So this board must reference an element in this map or that map, depending on who's to move. If black is to move, then it must come from this one. That's what we check now. Yes. And then we do another check, and the mate imply k+1 is being generated. Yes, because k was the last one we already had, so now the next one is k+1. So current board should be made in k-ply. So having the iterator, which is already completely finished, this is again an iterator to standard pair of a board and data. Therefore, second is the data. And data stores made in moves, which can be accessed here with the access or ply. So that is that ply here. So that code should work as well. So your to move is black. Okay, now we're going to generate all moves by the black king. Run over all possible legal adjacent positions that the black king could have moved from. Index is 0, square, black king, king moves, current board, black. Okay, assuming king moves still working, this would return exactly what the description said. And now we have all the squares where the black king can go to legally. From that we can create a board, which is then an adjacent board, because the king can move in both ways. Is that true? I think it is true, because let's say king is in check where it moves to, that's not allowed, right? Therefore the current board is not check. And if the king moves from a position, then it, well, if it's in check and it moves to a square where it is not in check, that's okay. But I'm calling it adjacent board. It's kind of the preceding board then. You cannot move in the opposite direction. Then you would go from being not in check to being in check. But okay, this is just a word. I think I wanted to use preceding for explicitly stating this is a board that came before the current position, and adjacent for when I don't really know the order in which something, occurs. However, I don't really want to start renaming that right now. I think this is a preceding board. Yeah. Maybe I should rename it though. Or did it get rid of the word preceding completely? See, preceding. It's not here. Actually, I guess I got rid of it completely. Except in this comment here. Okay, let's call it adjacent then. And that is board still constructed from the size of the board, which I can get from this board, I suppose. Board has a board size, yep. Board size, and then the square, black king square, white king square, white rook square. And who is to move? We don't know that. And flipped, we don't care about it. This is now the new board, but the preceding board. Okay, so construct the preceding board where black is to play. So from here we can move to the current board in one ply. Adjacent board created from index, derived from current board, printed, valid is true. All adjacent positions should have a higher or equal ply. This is going to check something. Check with a lot of comments. Auto either nodes find adjacent board. Well, adjacent board was where black is to play, so if anything, this should be black to move map. It is possible we already added a flipped version. Well, no longer, because I'm no longer dealing with flipped versions. Which will be the same ply, of course. In any position that is made in k+1 ply, the black king, maybe I'll just start with deleting this. In any position that is made in k+1 ply, the black king has more than one possible move, which is most positions. We will find that position backtracking from each of those possibilities. Therefore, it's possible we found this position multiple times already. For example, the following positions are all made in 3 ply, white to play. Therefore, we find this position 3 times. Because the king can go there, and the king can go from here, it can go to the corner, or it can go there. So from here we can reach all these 3. So we're going backwards. So having this as current board, we will find this board. And having this as current board, we will find it again. 3 times as being an adjacent position. Once for each of the 3 first positions given. But if we find that, then if we find it, so this is not true, then the number of ply must be k+1. Get the white king position. The white rook. Now we go the other way around. I mean, we just found this preceding board, and now we're going to generate board moves. Is that true there? So king moves is being passed forward or not, okay? Alternate being then the king could also have moved here, right? PK, see on the white. Okay, so that doesn't change. Well, actually it does fucking change. Sorry, I shouldn't curse like that. Board, yeah, board doesn't know who is to move. So this is generate alternative positions that black could have chosen from adjacent board. So it's given that white is to move, but we don't store it. And then if we stepped outside of the board, we're rejecting it. Black can escape outside the board. Okay, so from the previous position it could have stepped outside the board, which is a draw, which it will always do. So this must be board size. And this must give me the x coordinate of the board, no, of the square. Yeah, so that would be simply x and y. What exactly are we rejecting? Yeah, rejecting the adjacent board. Check the adjacent board. Black could have avoided it by simply doing a different move. Well, it's the test here says step outside. Maybe I should do this by simply, well, it's still a different move. I do a different move where it steps. Alternate position created derived from printed. Okay, alternate board is white to move. Therefore, if I find it, I have to look for white to, or look in the white to move map. If this alternate move is unknown yet, then it will be a position in which it takes longer to mate black. Unknown meaning that we can't find it in white to move. It doesn't make any sense to look in black to move because, well, it's a different position. There is a better move for black. So what better move then? No, it's coming from there, right? Yeah. Ejecting position adjacent board again. Okay. Oh. Making progress, I think. Turn debug on again. End of printing alternate positions. No, that actually not processing it or rejecting stuff. And then the actual rejection happens by skipping this block. But if it is still valid, then we push back the adjacent board that we found. Edit adjacent board created from the okay. Yeah, and then we have to do it all again, but now for white to move. And then, oh, that's significantly shorter, or is it just me? What hell? To move black, to move my white. Okay, totally different therefore. Haha. Apparently, run over all possible legal adjacent positions that a white king could have moved from. I'm still gonna peek at what I did before. Current board black. Now this is current board white. Okay, that looks good. We can just bang, put it there, apparently. Where white and she flipped are just implied. And I still have to pass board size here. I don't know about the musical chess prize money. I found an absolutely brilliant TikTok a few days ago. It's absolutely brilliant. Let me share it actually. Where did I give that? I give it in Signal to people, I think. Open Signal. Launch Signal. I'm not even sure. What? I don't have Signal installed here. Oh, no. Well, oh, yeah, never mind. Well, that was too much to explain. Anyway, it's on my phone. My phone is in my bedroom, and well, maybe another time. Yeah, okay. So, board size. I think we're done, right, with this function. And this simply returns a vector, which I guess I can test. I probably should test it. We give some board and then who's to move, and then yeah, let's test it. Can only test it if this thing is public though. Oh, it is public for some reason. Oh, took me a long time to see it. I don't. Apparently, I don't really read those arrows. I'm just like taking it all in without actually reading it. So I see this, and then I think, my brain said that the what's the error called? I'm not even thinking English then. That there's a mismatch between the declaration in the header and the definition in the .cxx file. That's what I saw. I think I saw definition, but it says, yeah, out of line. So I saw more or less this, and I saw that the declaration does not match definition. But that doesn't say it. It says out of line declaration. It cannot be used here. And it's calling it the declaration because there's a semicolon here. So I'm just reading it wrong. It took me a few seconds to actually see then what the problem was. And the reason I hesitated so long is because I saw this and I thought, how can that be a mismatch? Because I'm very sure, 100% sure, that after changing the signature in the header, I copied it with Vim and then went to the .cxx and then pasted it and then added the graph in front of it. And that's what I did. I just didn't remove the semicolon. So I thought, how can there be a mismatch? Because it's a little copy. Think. Oh, there's a semicolon here. Fun things. This is a really weird error. This usually means that it doesn't know what king moves is. If it just starts complaining about something nonsensical, then actually it just barfed on not knowing what is in front of this. And I think that they should change the compiler where this error comes first. Normally you only read the first error. But this is the result of this. So this one should have come first, but they don't do that. Clang doesn't do that anyway. So yeah, okay. So king moves is not known. Which is obviously because I commented it out. Rook moves as well. And we still have to fix those as well. I don't think it will compile because I cannot imagine that king moves and rook moves still compile. Use of undeclared identifier nodes. I did not change that, so oops. This is the black to move map. And this must of course be the white to move map. And this is still commented out. Or on the undefined references. This isn't even not even trying to compile it. I'll have to add that here as well now. King moves. Okay. King moves. And rook moves. Let's fix those as well then. Vector of squares, that's still okay. Iterators into it. The king moves did still take these arguments, yep. This is how we use make the range 4 work. No change there. Canonical. Nope, it's no longer any canonical. Get the current square of the king. Square current position is, if the color is black, then we're talking about, yeah, we're doing king moves, so we want to know which king. If it is black, then we get the black king position. Otherwise we get the white king position. Oh, the king. Initialize the to be generated adjacent position. target position. Note that on this board it is the turn of the color opposite of the color of the king we are moving. If we are generating preceding positions, after that king moved, it is a turn of the other player. While if we are generating next positions, then on this board it is the turn of the color equal to the color of the king we are moving. Otherwise, it wouldn't be legal to move it. Board adjacent board. I don't understand this anymore, but the reason I wrote this much comment was because it wasn't trivial at all. And then when I finally got it to work, I decided to add these comments in vain because nobody understands what it says. Anyway, this is the magic. You always have to do a null move, aka swap who is to move. Well, reading this comment, I would say, well, in one case you have to do a null move, in the other case you don't. But, you know, apparently not. Only canonical. Oh boy. We don't have canonical. So I guess I can just delete this. If everything is on the main diagonal, we don't have to flip it. Well, in this case, we don't have to flip it anyway, because we don't flip anymore. So maybe I should pretend everything is on the main diagonal and assume this is true. Which is doing the following. Only generate canonical positions. It's the other way around. I want it to be false. I want to generate everything. So I do not want to generate only canonical positions. Yep. So this is going to treat this as false, but now it's not longer used and therefore we delete it. Fill adjacent squares with the squares adjacent to the current color's king square that are legal and still inside the board. Well, that's weird because I'm checking that we are stepped outside the board. In the function that calls this function. So I don't think that's the case. We just... What? I mean, it seems to be doing that. So it's still inside the board. Then why am I testing if it's stepped outside the board? Was that for something else? I have to check this now. We have to go back to graph.cxx, where for black we called king moves. For the alternate boards I call king moves, and then I check if it stepped outside the board. And I totally want to be able to check that. But, maybe not for this one. Let alone for the one at the bottom. Everything is simply created and stored. So yes, king move should absolutely not generate positions where the king stepped outside the board. Yet I'm testing that. I'm so confused. There's the one difference though I'm passing through here. So going backwards, I don't want to do that, but going forwards, I do want to step outside the board. Apparently. Oh, that's exactly what it says. Okay, so that is correct. Well, it says it here. It doesn't say it here, so that's why I was confused. Board size. Color is black. Didn't set well. The special case allow a position with the black king and the white rook are on the same square. Yeah. What to move? Okay. I don't know. I was distracted too much to know for sure that I did this right. So I have here white rook and here white king. And to back way too far. Yeah, it's white rook and white king. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is a problem. Man. Here I am working with adjacent board. Which is simply the board, but then with a moved king. Null move was called and set black or white king square was changed. The black one of the kings was moved. And then a call is illegal. Well, definitely this cannot use the classification because I just changed the board, right? So you have to call determine illegal, or actually I don't even have that. So basically it's now not determine legal, but determine legal is a member of position. Because it uses to move. Maybe I should start changing this anyway then, because now I'm really running into something that is again pointing me into the direction where position should not have to move stored, right? This one is quite easy to change, however, as in if I change the signature, then I will automatically be alerted. How to fix it? By the compiler errors, right? So, and then I can move this to board, of course. So let's start with that. So determine legal is going to be moved to the base class, as in no longer here, but in board. This one should also have determine functions. Yeah, determine check. But legal must know who is to move. So I'm pausing color to move. And then nobody knows anymore what I was doing. I just write everything. I need to move something from here to there. Determine legal. Oh, why is it not here? Oh, it's graph. I'm an idiot. Position. Yes, so this is going to be moved to board. And now gets an snowboard. So who is to move in this adjacent board? I think that is just color. Yeah, color's the one that is to move, I think, right? Yes, of course. Oh yeah, okay, next you have to do rook moves. Did I finish king moves already? I don't think so. Well, not even looking. It compiles, but I was here, right? So, niggle following blah 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 blah. Push back, okay. Debug result. Okay, that's why it compiled. It was already correct. Then we have to look at rook moves. Nothing to change here. In the case of rook moves, color is not even passed, because of course if white is always moving the rook. If black would move the rook, the white would be mad. Call the referee. Get the current square of the rook. Yes, I use AIs a lot, but they usually waste time. They're incredibly stupid. Don't believe the hype. WR is the white rook. Really, no AI is able to do any reasoning. So the only thing that I find it useful for is if it's just knowledge. So this is something that's well known on the internet, and I could Google it, but I'm too lazy for that. Plus, the AI kind of adjusts things a little bit. So it uses the same variable names and stuff as I want. Yeah, and sometimes it's handy. For example, one of the things that worked immediately, I asked it to write a function to convert my board position to a fence string. And well, that just worked because of course it knows what fen is and how it works, so it could write that function. But if you write something that is not on Google, that you cannot Google, that is just not published anywhere, and you have to think about it, you really have to follow some kind of reasoning, which might be simple, it still can't do it. Except for the most basic things, maybe. Let's see. I've been thinking several times about making YouTubes about it, because all the YouTubes you see are mostly, saying, "Oh, AI, oh, so good." So I think, well, maybe I should just make a long list of videos where I show that AI cannot do something rather trivial, as in, do not fire your programmers, because I can't even do this. But it's never so simple that the average people will be able to follow it. It's always some kind of programming specific, difficult-ish thingy that is easy for a programmer maybe, but it's still a real problem. You still have to sit down and read it and understand the problem. And I just don't see people watching that and then not, oh yeah, but the AI is being stupid. Yeah, it makes really annoying errors. Like I asked it at some point to generate all legal positions where something with this program, chess, yeah. And then it generated a program where, oh no, wait a minute. The question was, shall I show it? I mean, I think that's kind of boring, I would say, but who did I ask this, actually? Let me see if I can find it back quickly. Oh yeah, this one. I think it was this one. I don't know. Let me. Yeah, it says the key inside is. It says somewhere. So this is typically AI, right? So you ask for to think very hard and make it very sure, and then blah blah blah, and then it comes up with sentences like, "Let me work through the logic systematically." Well, actually, might be called systematically. Here's the key insight. Your current implementation seems to be double counting or miscategorizing positions. The logic, blah 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 blah, only checks if the king is at the edge, but doesn't verify whether the king can actually escape without being captured or moving into check. It sounds all nice, but it's complete bullshit. And then you get the watertight reasoning would be. And then in the meantime, it's just nonsense, everything it says. So it has those nice phrases, but then suddenly it's a toddler who has no clue what it's talking about. And then you say, I disagree with your key insight. If black is not made on an actual quarter infinite board, then it can step over the vertical edge if it is at the edge. There is no way for white to prevent that other than at the real edge, giving mate with opposing king and check along the real edge with the rook. Furthermore, this is not the reason I'm looking for. I want to actually count a number of positions systematically. And then of course it says, you are right. It also says this. And then it does it again. Maybe it's better to just look at my comments. I mean, trust me, okay, if I say something is wrong, it is wrong. So it comes with a lot of shit again, with sounding very self-secure, basically. And then my comment is that wasn't helpful. Let's try this out loud myself. So here I literally gave up that I would ever get anything close to what I wanted. So this was my reasoning, and I got the wrong answer, right? I mean, the correct answer is 4,532. So okay, I failed, but at least I got a number and I did an attempt. Then it did attempt as well, copying what I said. I said stalemate position 11. This seems correct. Rook captures 25. This is definitely correct. Well, that is exactly the error that I made. Yes? It's not 25. No. So this is definitely correct. It's completely wrong. It's even more funny. It just kept claiming that it was 25. Let me see. Oh yeah, here it generated, it was also bullshit. So now it suddenly started to put the two kings next to each other. The white king has 24 possible squares, anywhere except 4,4. So it just puts the white king next to the black king. It doesn't put it on top, but it does put it next to it. How stupid is that? How can you say AIs are already superhuman and they're going to take over all the jobs if it makes mistakes like this? I mean, imagine owning a company and firing all your programmers and then ending up with an AI that does this kind of stuff. Yeah, I did correct halfway. So it was already generating this, and it said, wait, I think there's a confusion about what constitutes legal position. Are we counting positions where kings are adjacent as illegal? Yes, of course. Okay, now it comes with some random numbers which are not correct. So I say, no, having two kings next to each other is not correct. And then it still counts 25 for the white king can go or something. Let's see, blah, blah, blah. Now it comes to 4,548. And that was full of errors. So I just kind of repeat what it says, but then with in the correct way. So you could just find this back, like for the x equals 4 edge. So you can find that back. Yeah, for the x equals 4 edge, excluding 4,4 already counted. The black king at 4,0, 21 times 23 is 443. Sorry, 483, minus some mate positions. Bit vague. Well, it should have said 2,274 minus 483 is 1,791. Total drawn position, yes, 11 is that. Now, anyway, I did the correct calculation here, and then ended up with that. Oh, wait a minute. It is, sorry, this is too many, yeah. The correct answer is not 32. 4,530 is the correct number. So this is still 2 wrong. Yeah, okay, my point is that if I make a YouTube of this, I would have to really read out loud every sentence, and every answer of the AI is very long. Sounds very plausible. So I would have to non-stop explain, maybe even with examples and visual examples, so can convince people that nobody's going to watch through that. It's not that trivial, and it's especially a lot. So I start ignoring it. I just write my own code, but still talking to the AI. It kind of helps. It's a good rubber duck. And then, of course, it comes to stuff like, excellent, your analysis is spot on. It doesn't mean that. That's just a standard stop word that mostly starts with this. It's just, okay, I answered something, I made a mistake, the user corrected me. What is my follow-up text? Well, let's start with excellent, your analysis is spot on, because then the user is more likely to give me a thumbs up. But it doesn't mean it. It doesn't even necessarily understand what I said. It's just a standard phrase, having no meaning whatsoever. Okay, it is able to make some summarizations. So it starts with this and then defend the fact that it says that by adding a summary of what I said. But this is nothing but a copy paste of what I said. So yeah, I mean, waste of my time to read this, because this is what I said myself. It just rephrases it. Rephrase. And then it says the final count of 4,530 drawn position is now correct. That's exactly the same as the beginning. I mean, it just assumes that I am right. Therefore, this sentence is now correct. If you assume that this is correct, it doesn't know if it is correct. It didn't verify it. It doesn't understand it. It just thinks, well, the user says this is correct, so, oh, you're brilliant. Rephrase, summary. The final count of what you just said is correct. It doesn't know that. It just repeats what I say. If I say that it's correct, it repeats that now the number that we have is correct. So it's just 100% completely useless. I'm getting so sick of those YouTubes where the CIOs try to get another 10 billion for their doomed company by saying we are 1.5 years away from superhuman, AGI is at the corner, and oh, we are all scared. They're really hyping this up that humanity is gonna die because we are so close. And then some people really draw their big wallet and say, okay, you say that, and you tell us that this market is several trillion dollars, so here's another few billion. Hoping for the return of our money. Well, maybe in 30 years. It's gonna go so much slower that a lot of people who put money into this are gonna regret it. Going to regret it. I have to fix this one. Same thing, huh? This should be false. The reason that I'm doing this now is because I think if I paste this to the AI and explain to it what I want to change, it will fuck up. And in the end, I will still have to put as much time into it as I do now before it works. I'm so convinced about that that I'm not even asking it to AI. Thinking about two things at the same time. I was thinking, why am I copying here the square of the white hook and then repeating it? Not even being used. No, the one that is to play for this board is apparently the opponent of the current board. With the other player to move. And the other player being you're only going backwards here, right? Must be wide. Maybe we go backwards and then we find this board, and then from here we go forward doing a rook move. So white is the move. So I could have done here just white instead of opponent. Current coordinates of the rook. Yeah. Mm. Okay, I want to use X here as well instead of NNM, but let's do this. Let's call this XC then, as in X coordinate, and I can just initialize it with XC, comma YC is board default coordinates. Those default coordinates, I think. Yep. It returns a standard pair with these values. So just this is a cons expression. I should make this also a cons expression. So this is a cons expression, this is a cons expression, everything is a cons expression. And then if you call that, it just initializes XC with 0 and YC with 1. And then that is a local thing, so now it knows that I could put cons expression in front of it, but it doesn't matter. It just knows that these things, this is just 0 and this is just 1 now. Right. But I have a lot of these things. How many do I have? 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Yeah, can do that manually. Well, there's a lot of WK. Maybe you should just use that. And then there is M or N. Except there. Okay, let's just do this all in one go. So this is White King. And then you have the other one was white rook. And then instead of .m, I should use y. So .n is xy. .n. No, not that much. M. Well. White king x coordinate. It's kind of the current board, right? Maybe I should put a C in front of it as well. Although it's either -1, even it doesn't matter, or it is that white king coordinate. But then when I use it later on, I see if I see the C in front of it, and I had a memory, then I would remember that it means that it is not being changed inside the loop. While this is, for example, being changed. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm gonna make this a C, I think. Oops. This isn't the current white king x coordinate. And I hate abbreviations, so I don't know why I'm doing this. Well, because otherwise it's all over the place. And it's really, my variables would really get long. So I did opt for abbreviations here. So this is the current white rook y coordinate. Move left or right. So this is x, but it is the x coordinate of the rook. So I do the white rook x. And then, because it does not have a C in front of it, we don't have a collision. Yay. White rook x. Even better would be to use different types, of course. So now everywhere I use WR, it's the coordinate of a rook, not something else. Could give that its own type, but I'm not sure. You must be able to compare them with the coordinates, I guess, of the king. Still, there's something to say for using different types. The only thing you really want to do with the rook and well, you have to compare them equal. So, okay, you could still compare them equal then to check for check. And the standard apps to the distance, ask if the distance is less than 1. That's the only 2 operations you need. But at least I would not be able to accidentally do this is the white rook x coordinate is the white king x coordinate plus some direction. Because that operation that would not exist. But yeah, compare equal must be possible. I was changing n. So now you see that we don't touch the white rook y coordinate, and this is the white rook x coordinate, which is not constant because it's part of the loop. So this then runs over all new white rook squares, right? Do not return positive legal. Now that again. So if not legal, well, only add it if it is legal. And I have to pass the one noise to move to it. Probably white. Yeah, of course. White is to move in this position. Oh boy. Yes. Yeah. You're going to move the rook. Going to move the rook. Oh, it's going to make this a C as well then. I really wish my editor would keep my comments in the top position. The idea is that my comments then are faster aligned like this, all in the same column. So it looks better. So 1 in 7 in 8 chance that they line up more or less. Well, maybe, yeah, no, not really, of course, but larger. Maybe 8 times larger still. Move the rook up or down. Okay, so the white rook coordinate here, that would be M. The white rook y coordinate is the current white rook y coordinate plus the direction. And as long as that is unequal that, or it is in between, and it is in between even board size. Oh yeah, edit the const expression there. No, remember name default coordinates in board. You mean square default coordinates. No member named null move in board. I don't know what I renamed that to. Oh, nothing, because board is not aware of. Yeah, so my adjacent thingy does not know anymore who's to move. Confusing. I guess I can just remove it. We have to redo all of this as well. Well, redo, I mean, dn becomes dx and stuff like that. dn, and not dn. Substitute dn becomes dx, and dm. That looks like the only dms. They can all just be replaced with dy. And then of course you have the dot nrm. That must be replaced with x, y, x, and y. Ouch. Rook moves must be able to call the terminal legal. Is that true? Guess so. Thought king moves also needed it. Yep. Determine legal, same thing. It compiled. Okay. Does it also run without crashing? Yes. And the numbers are still correct. And then we can test it, as in actually call the thing. I mean, as if it would have crashed without calling the new function. Let's try to So I need some kind of board position. I think if it compiles so it works. It could have made a typo with the N and M's and X and Y and stuff like that. So I guess maybe a separate test at the very least. Let me try. Adjacent positions. Yes, so that returns a vector with boards. It's called on graph. Why is this thing not static? Oh, because it adds stuff? No. It is looking at mate imply. That's why it cannot be static. And it's looking at the nodes, the maps. That's for debug. Again debug. Yeah. Some board. And who's to move? Need to create a board. Let's put the king on the black king. Let's put the black king on 2,1. And the white king on 3,4. Yeah. And white rook on 1,4. These are boards. Right. Well, that's annoying. Yeah, I guess I can't do this. We just have to get one of the boards from that are already made. Hmm. Guess the wrong one is to move. Okay, I'll just change the color here. Yeah, so it is always black to move, right? I mean, it's already made, so yeah. Obviously. Okay, now it starts to get annoying. That's another one. This one now passed. Yeah, I have to increase made in ply with 1 before we call this function. Not sure how to do that. Okay, so this finds, I suppose, all the positions that could end up in the rook being here, which is a mate position. And that's indeed those 4 positions, and also this position for some reason. Where does that come from? Arg. Well, it put the rook on 0-1. Oh, it is no, what? No, it's not true. What? It's what? Okay, the rook is under the king, and it moves the rook from under the king to there. And it can do that because, well, it is white to move. Therefore, it's not an illegal position. So black takes the white rook. Now it's white to move. And then white says, oh, I just take my rook, which is under your king, and I move it over here. Mate. So let's imagine that the black king is here and the white rook is here. And then the white rook goes here, giving check. So the black king takes it. And then the white rook moves here and says, mate. I have to fix that somehow. Where does this exactly go wrong? I guess it's just not a move, right? It's not a move. You cannot move the rook if the rook is under the king. So you cannot call rook moves if the rook is under the king. If not, the rook is under the king, do rook moves. Current board. Black king, white rook. It's for the current board, so I can just compare the two. Yeah, I have them all. White rook equals black king. Not doing that yet. That's why it wasn't really necessary to do this. Of course, we should never get here in the first place, because this position is already a draw. So yeah, there's no reason to start generating anything for it. So the fact that we call this, well. Okay, now I'm confused. If you call adjacent positions, Yeah, I'm not doing this right, am I? I'm not doing this right. Undo. I think the backwards move is wrong. I should not move the rook under the king. So the test should be here. If white rook equals the black king, continue. Because you go backwards. So yeah, that. And it disappeared. Now there's only these moves. Yeah, 4 moves. Good. But yeah, no, we can only check with the position for boards where it is already made, because that's the only one that generated. Thus, it's only going to be rook moves, so king moves cannot be checked here. Oh well. I guess I'll just do the next one, which is the generate function. Generate the position that are made imply -1 first. Recursive call. Imply should always be the last one. Number of made imply -1 positions. Yeah, long variable there. There are so all positions that are made imply ply. Do an overall position that are made imply -1. Made imply -1 position. Current position. So the board does not know who is to move. I want to at the very least then add it as a comment. So blah 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 is to move here. But who is to move? That is the question, right? Depends on ply. The one that's to move must be passed to adjacent positions, which you're calling here current position, current to move, current position. Yeah, so I actually need it, so I don't need a comment. You can just do current to move is that, and then current position is that. And the one that is to move depends on the ply. If it is already made, I guess ply is just then that. No, the current position is made in ply -1. If the current position is made in ply -1 and ply -1 is 0, then it is already made, and that means that black is to move. Yes, so black, otherwise white. And then, I don't know why, but might as well do it this, I think. Who is to move? I think that is the adjacent position thing. Of course, adjacent position is added to nodes. So if black is to move in adjacent position, then we need to add that to black to move. So the question is here, is black to move in adjacent position? And that depends on, that's the opposite of current move, I suppose. If this position doesn't already exist in nodes, then apparently one can't reach mate faster than in ply moves. And it must be made in ply exactly, since you can reach current position from it, which is made in ply -1 moves. If adjacent position already exists in map, in the map, then it is possible that it was added because from adjacent position we can reach a position in one move that is made in ply -1. That other position is not the current position. I think if I read this 5 times and then took 10 minutes meditation, I would understand it again. But it's just not relevant at the moment. The only thing I'm concerned with is the difference between the old implementation, this, and my new implementation, my rewrite. And that is not concerning with that, as long as it is not talking about flipping. For example, there's an example that will explain things. For example, if B is the current position, ta-da! Ply is 3, so B is made in 3 ply, and adjacent position is D. No, that 3 ply is 3 means that D is made in 3. So D is made in 3, then B is made in 2. So if we do moves, we go from D to B. And then from B to Q, of course, and that is then made in 1 ply. While A was the current position, we found adjacent positions C and D. Adjacent going backwards, yeah? So from 2 ply to 3 ply. And added C and D to nodes without an underscore then. Actually, we know that what it is. Nodes is here, white is to move, so we added C and D to white to move. as well as a link from C to A and from D to A. Now B is the current position. We find D already exists in white to move, but still need to add the link from D to B. This is understandable. Note that we need to check that D is indeed a position that is made in ply moves. We don't need. Huh? What is it? Oh, D is indeed a position that made in ply moves. Because from B we'll also find adjacent positions that are made in ply -2 moves, aka Q. So need edge here, not a chessboard edge, but a graph edge. So there's these lines here between. We need to add this link here if the ply is indeed the same thing. And then if we need the edge, then we actually add it. As in, we find it, we find the current position. Current position will be in the opposite of nodes. Adding an edge from some board to oh yeah, this is the IBP is the where we added the thing, the adjacent position. So we add a link from the adjacent position to the current position. And back, but we don't do that yet. But I think I'm gonna need in both directions. Qt compiles. It does not compile because undefined reference to data at edge. Yeah, now we can just use this as is. Maybe. Oh, there's the two kings here still. Maybe we should just copy the whole thing. What's with the two kings? Yeah, two kings. Yeah, nevertheless, let's see. I have the feeling I can just copy this. Let's just copy this over. Okay, square. There was one more, I think. Right. So it must be a figure. No? Yeah, must be a figure. Board figure. Hmm. Hmm. So now puts all the rooks on the same board. So you have king. These king positions leads to mate, and if the rook is here, that's correct. That is the mirror of that. For these king positions, it is only made if the rook is somewhere here, and then if this king position, only if the rook is there. These king positions there, so it iterates over all king positions and then shows them things that are made in 0. I think that is correct. And those are all. So now we go to employ 1. Yeah, with these king positions again, if the rook is anywhere here, then we can give mate in 1. Not if the rook is anywhere else. That is correct. Same thing here. Same thing here. It is only made here, so yeah, it must come from somewhere there. And you can go up to give mate. To go up, go here, go there or there, go there or there, go up. So previously, before I removed the flipping thing, this rook was missing. And now it's there. So, hey, we made progress. Made in 3 ply. It's kind of interesting. I think the king must go there. White king. And then the king goes here, and then we can give mate. And if the rook was anywhere here, then we could not have given mate, because then it would just take my rook. This is also an interesting made in 3-ply. Yeah. Very interesting. So the rook is here. We have to move it away. And then the king moves and then we get mate. While if the rook was apparently anywhere else... Well, what is the move? So the rook cannot be here. Then we could just take the king. Or here, or here. But if the rook was anywhere here, and it's also not mate in 3, because we could give a mate immediately. And the same for all of these squares. So yeah, looks correct. This is mate in 3 again, because it's just a mirror of the first one. Just go there, and give mate. Same thing here. Same thing here, but now we can go there or there. Depending on where the rook is though. So if the rook is here, then we have to go here. And if the rook is there, then we have to go there. But given these two king positions, then the rook can be anywhere here. And then at least we have a move, one or the other, that is made in 3-ply. Now king goes there again. And king goes here again. And also made in 3-ply. King goes there. Yeah. Why does it stop? Is there no mate in 4 possible on a 5x5 board? or I'm not sure what this did. Having max ply is 21, so all positions. It doesn't feel right, I'm afraid. Why would the black king always be in the corner? I can imagine that there is no way to... Well, of course, no. The white king could be all the way here. That's definitely longer than 3-ply. It does only come out of the corner for 1-ply and 0-ply. 0-ply we have all of them, and I think that then 1-ply also. Probably also yeah. This is these are all the possible positions with 1-ply. And then for 2-ply the king is only in the corner. Why? Why? I'm totally going to stop now, because almost 4 hours this stream, and I kind of did what I wanted to do, namely integrate graph as per the description under the video, but I don't think it's working. Udels. Also udels. Good enough. Guess I can remove these files. Same thing. Okay, yeah. Now, let's play a game of chess, because I feel like it. La la la. So I use my bishops. I'll teach him to move the bishop back. uh, Probably should move this though. Huh? No, no. That was fun. Why would I not move this? Tell me. Doesn't it win a piece? Oh no, nonsense. No, must be good. Must be good. One, two, three, four, but it's protected by 2 pawns, so not that problematic, I think. It's just castle. Which way shall we castle? Do I have enough check here? Pushing this pawn is not really possible anymore. Could move this knight over here. No, also not. Push these pawns. Nah, I want to push it to 2, I think. He's gonna take anyway, I suppose. I feel like it. I feel like he's gonna take. Maybe he should castle short. I'm gonna shot it. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, well, center. Take the center. Take two to the center. I don't know. Free pawn. Yeah, it is attacked 3 times and defended twice, but I can't defend it again. Because king would be up front. So the rook here, they take, and I can't take back. Gonna have to push it, I'm afraid. Hmm. You can just push the pawn, so it didn't help at all. Oh, I had not seen that. Which is stupid or not? Not really stupid, I guess. You can still defend it with the king, though. Could put a rook here and threaten a fork. No more fork. What about this move? Oh, oopsies. Yeah. Okay, well, end of the stream.